Live? We live yet? All right. Interesting. Oh, we're gonna watch them anyway. I kind of want to watch this. I parry everything. First episode, 4th of July. Second episode, the 11th. We're going to have 12 episodes in total. I think I'm just going to put Netflix or something so I can just chill. Not have to think too much about it. Or YouTube. We got on YouTube. Bum, bum, bum. World's largest beaver dam. What do we want to listen to? Apocalypse. Not another tab. How about start a pressure washing business? Why Germany failed on D-Day? Is that what we want to listen to? Got built to PS2? What the fuck? Alright.
And we are going to completely modernize it for 2023. The first thing I want to do is tear down this console so that we can install some mods in it. But I wanted to point out real quickly that this one actually already has a period correct retro mod installed in it. The keen-eyed among you may have noticed that there is this top loading hatch here. So the way this would work is you would insert a special disc to boot your PlayStation 2. That disc would then bypass the copy protection, and then you could play burn games on it. So when I bought this thing, it came with a bunch of burn games as well, though by the time we're done with it, we won't be needing those anymore. When it comes to tearing down these old consoles, I can't think of a more useful tool than my electric screwdriver. Not only is it a huge time saver when you're removing dozens of screws, but it's also surprisingly cheap. So I'm going to include a link for that, along with all the other tools and materials that I use throughout this project down in the video description. Once I had the main shell off, I started removing all the stuff we're going to be replacing. The disk drive was my first casualty. It's 2023 and there are much better ways to store your games now. Next, 5 parties this loud dying fan. We're going to replace that and give the whole cooling system a solid upgrade. And then the last thing was the original power supply. Not only is this big and bulky, but it also dumps a ton of heat inside the PS2. So I found a much more efficient and compact system to replace it. With all of that stuff done, I removed the screw holding the steel mid-frame in place, flipped the motherboard over, and then carefully pried off the RF shielding that covers that delicious retro hardware. Wow, so when you look at how tiny this thing is once you strip it all away. A couple of things that I'm noticing right off the bat, this motherboard is orders of magnitude more complex than the motherboard of the Nintendo 64.
Can I make anything?
And those two consoles were only released like 4 years apart, so it just goes to show the crazy pace of technological change during that era. Another thing here, we have the network expansion port, and we're actually going to utilize this to do a massive storage upgrade to this PS2. But before we do that, I think I should give this whole board a good thorough cleaning, and then we are going to upgrade.
Oh, I don't have any.
Using isopropyl alcohol, I cleaned off the remnants of the original thermal pads and then scrubbed away 23 years of dirt and grime. I also took this opportunity to replace this long since dead clock battery so that the PS2 can keep track of time even when it's powered down. Then I cut some replacement thermal pads that are made out of a much more efficient material. They're probably about twice as thermally conductive, and that's not even taking into account the age of the original pads. Continuing right along with our theme of cooling upgrades, I grabbed a 60mm Noctua fan to replace the original. Now, there is a voltage mismatch here. The original fan runs at 7 volts, and this new one runs at just 5. So that will cause the fan to overspin a little bit. This isn't the end of the world, but it did create a few issues that we'll talk more about during the post-mortem analysis at the end of the video. With the factory connector spliced onto the new fan, I was able to plug it right into the PS2's motherboard. So those are 2 easy mods you can use that will make your PS2 run quieter, cooler, and theoretically should also extend the life of the PS2. The next thing I want to do is, well, it's also going to make it run cooler, but it's also going to make it more convenient to use the PS2. This is an RE PS2. This replaces this. But
what the hell?
I think we can go a little further. By chopping off the original barrel plug connector and then replacing it with this trigger board, we can power the PS2 with C cable. By merging these 2 contacts, I can configure this tiny chip to request 12 volts of power from a standard USB-C power delivery adapter. Now, unfortunately, the power delivery spec is a bit of a mess. So not every adapter will supply 12 volts, but in my experience, it's a good name brand adapter as well. With everything soldered together and connected back to the wall, I tested it for 1 year to make sure that I was getting. So the next thing is upgrade the graphics of the PS2. But this next part is going to strain the limits of my inside this box, I have a retro gem pixel effect. And this is basically HDMI mod. It takes the image signal coming off the PS2 and makes it available for output via HDMI, which is really only one of the So why did I say this is beyond the limit of my body? Well, the PS2's motherboard is really,
I'm just getting like
really
iron
small,
sand.
so I got a little bit of help. This guy is a digital microscope. There's a camera down here, a screen up here, and it provides up to 1,000 times magnification. So yeah, still not super sure myself, but wish me luck. As a warm-up, I started with the easy stuff, like bridging these contact pads on the RetroGem, removing the optical audio port, and removing a number of components on the motherboard that were going to be in my way. Other components, like this crystal oscillator, couldn't be removed entirely, so I relocated it a few inches to the side to the wire. All of this was in an effort to give me better access to the pins on the motherboard that are responsible for transmitting both audio and visual signals inside the PS2. Unfortunately, they were now surrounded with metaphorical landmines in the form of exposed contacts. So, as an added layer of protection, I painted on a layer of solder mask, which you can think of like an electrically insulating paint that gets cured in place with the UV flash.
What's this?
The next step was
Don't
stealing
shard
those signals and rerouting them to the RetroGem with a specially designed ribbon cable. And if you didn't get a sense of scale before, I think my fingertips and frame here should show you just how fine this work was. Using Kapton tape, I secured the ribbon exactly where I wanted it, laid out some flux, and then proceeded to completely botch the first 3 sets of pins. The nice thing about solder, though, is that you can almost always fix these types of mistakes with a solder wick, some flux, and a healthy helping of patience. Eventually, I got it looking pretty decent. And thankfully, the rest of the install went a lot smoother. The flux I'm using here is key to making this kind of work possible. It cleans oxidation off your contact points and allows the solder to flow easily. It's actually kind of magic when you get it working right. The solder just seems to know where you want it to go and slides right into position. And also, keeping the tip of your iron clean is key for managing the solder. If it gets a layer of oxidation over it, the solder won't stick to it, and it makes pushing and pulling the solder around a lot more difficult. I learned a lot doing this project, and it was only my second time ever micro-soldering, so it's not some crazy skill that you need years of practice to do. And also the microscope helps a lot. That being said, I was still pretty nervous when it came time to plug everything in and take this thing for a test fit. Here we go. Come on.
Speaking of, I should probably get a...
It works. Oh, that is fantastic. Now, let's talk about games. You know how I said earlier that we wouldn't be needing this DVD drive anymore? Well, that's because we are going to be replacing it with this,
on my solder
1 terabyte SSD.
I have the thing to clean the soldering iron tip, but it's like it's already beat up. Like I've been using it to deal with plastic.
Around the house. You won't have to switch discs for different games, and because this drive is significantly faster, well, games will load quicker too. But you can't just plug it right into the PS2 because this thing was made 20 years ago. You might not remember this, but the PlayStation 2 could play a limited number of titles online. And in order to do that, you needed a network of titles. And because
I used to have one of those. I used to play SOCOM 2 online, baby. That was the best. That was honestly some of the best times in my life.
Installing a small hard drive. So this is actually a modified reproduction network adapter. The original one had an IDE interface for the hard drive, but this one has been updated to have a more modern SATA interface. So this just plugs right in here, and then this plugs in here. Obviously, Sony saw this coming, so by default, you can't just play games on the hard drive. You need one other piece of the puzzle. This memory card is being flashed through software. By plugging this into one of the front memory ports, it allows you to boot games off of the hard drive, play with content, as well as store other functions. It's basically a mod chip where you don't have to solder. Now, even though all of these parts would have been back inside the original game, I wanted to give the PlayStation 2 a facelift for 2023. So, over the course of the next few days, I meticulously measured mounting points, components, and ports to create a 3D model of a brand new case for it. There wasn't much I kept from the original design, but I did want to retain one thing. The PlayStation 2 revolutionized the aesthetics of modern-day video game consoles by allowing users to run them either horizontally or vertically. Something you can't take for granted even today. At first, everything was going great, but then, when it came time to print my first prototype, things took a bit of a turn. Okay, so unfortunately, I've run into a little bit of a roadblock here. The PlayStation 2 is no small console, and in order to create a new shell for it, I've actually exceeded the limits of what my 3D printers can do. The Bamboo Lab X1 carbons have a maximum print volume of 256 by 256 and 256 millimeters. and I need
What is this?
270.
Got a haunted house over
I
here.
could print my shell in multiple pieces and then glue it and assemble it
Damn,
together
it's
afterwards,
huge.
or I could just get a bigger 3D printer. This is the Creality K1 Max, and it can print 300 by 300 by 300 millimeters. And it's also just a great 3D printer in general. I've been using it for the past couple of months now, and I've been thoroughly impressed by how user-friendly it is and also how reliable it is. The only downside to it is that it doesn't have any sort of multi-material system like the AMS, so it's just one filament at a time. But it is saving my ass on this project, so I'll try not to complain about that too much. As fast as the K1 Max is, these were still extremely large prints that were gonna take a while to finish. So while it's printing, let me tell you about an alternative and the sponsor of today's video. They offer a wide variety of prototyping services, including, but not limited to, 3D printing, and custom pieces. So, if you want to create a project that you don't have the pieces that I do, then you can just send them the design files, they'll create an application for you, and send you back. It's a really awesome service, surprisingly important. And so, partner that I am going to be making all in this project available down in the video description. That way, you can follow along at home, regardless of what tools you have. Alright, now, let's start and keep going. So while we're here, I would like to focus on doing some cosmetic mods that are going to beautify this 20-year-old console. But first, we gotta trim a little bit of fat. The mid-frame from the PS2 has a whole bunch of mounting tabs for the so by zipping those off with an angle, I was able to save space and make room for some of the new cables. All the rough edges, and then just a little bit of plastic off of the controller port in order to allow it to sit flush inside of my new case. The mid-frame is going to be visible in my new case, so rather than have it be this boring gray, I'll actually repaint it in a side of black, which I think looks much better. But if that isn't flashy enough for you, I went a completely different direction for the RF shielding, which is going to end up being a centerpiece of the new case. A few coats of this metallic gold can reinforce its appearance. Now obviously, these things as well, but I do think this combination of gold and silver ended up looking really good. So, when we wait for all of those to dry, the next thing that I want to do is the panels that we are going to in order to do that, we are going to have behind me here. The first thing that I is the side plate. The material is plastic acrylic, which I found cut very nice to see.
And this guy's a samurai?
What's going to allow you to see all of those components we just changed. The next piece is a brand. I love reimagining the logos of these old consoles, so I found a recreation of the PS2 font and tried out a few different iterations. Eventually, I landed on the PSV. After that, I cut a decorative front panel and an exhaust grille that will slot into the top of our new case. With all the pieces cut and sanded, I applied a wood plastic finish to seal the wood and also to bring it back to you with a grain. But we're not done just yet. Really cool. But you know what? I think we can actually do better. Because if you remember, the original PS2 logo looked a little something like this. It actually had color to it. So, in order to bring that color back into my panel, I mixed up a little bit of everybody's favorite woodworking material. But don't worry, I'm just going to use the colors from the original logo, and then mixed in little patterns until I got syringe. The tricky part is finally, down to the overfill, and then check the print. So while we were working away on the top, the 3D printers have also been very busy, and I think we now have everything we need to put this whole system together. So this main piece right here is, well, the main piece, and everything is going to either go inside of it or get wrapped outside of it. And
Reality hype feeling.
A couple of other processes stronger, more flexible, Before we can start putting stuff in here, we have to introduce a couple of other little pieces. This is the power switch bracket, and it just gives me a convenient place to mount the original power reset switch. This clips on here, and then goes here. Next is the fan. This suspends our nozzle fan perfectly in place for both the heatsink and the power supply, and it just screws right through the midpoint. And then finally, we've got heat tracking, which supports the controller. So now it's the place right here, and the Wi-Fi then back in.
Did I just run back in? I ran out, and then I still took the hit.
The first one drops in here. The PSC panel goes on the back side. I also added the one extending vertically. The exhaust grill slots in here, and then the exhaust panel slots perfectly into the frame. To attach the side panel to the main case, I added a series of magnets to both sides, and then the whole thing just clicks in place, assisted by a couple locator pins.
Oh, nice.
Now, before we get into the testing, I've got one last little cherry that I want to add on top of this project. You guys know me, and I am not a fan of corded controllers. So I went and picked up this wireless adapter from 8BitDo. And the fun thing about this is that it allows you to run first-party Sony controllers with the PS2. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Sony never made a wireless controller for the PS2, but they did for the PS3, PS4, and PS5. So this allows you to use one of these with the PS2. All right, let's get this thing booted up and see what it can do. So here's the free McBoot interface, and it's basically just a modified version of the normal boot interface with a lot more buttons. Here you can load up movies, you can play back media. It also has diagnostic software built into it and a whole bunch of other software that deeper into their work. But I know most of you are probably very interested to see
He is the Dungeon Master.
We'll start because this is going to show the absolute best too. By tapping these buttons right here, you can bring up the Retro Gem menu, and here we can adjust everything.
Oh, he's playing with the PS5 controller. Yo, that's
which, by
exactly
the way,
what I'm
goes
doing.
all the way up to 1440p. You can also adjust the aspect ratio as well as the magnification. You can also inject HDR into the image, which to my eye looks really good, at least in the hybrid log gamma mode. It looks pretty trash at HDR10. Now, I bet a bunch of you are probably saying, oh my god, look at all those jaggies on screen. The aliasing is so bad in 4K. And that's why there is a smoothing layer built into the Retro Gem. So this gives you kind of like a light layer of anti-aliasing across the entire image. So here are what my preferred settings look like. Here's the original RCA output. The difference is kind of people plaques, and a whole host of other improvements.
I barely even see the back door.
Because Grand Theft supports 480p. However, most PlayStation 2 titles are limited to a 480i. I won't go into too much depth here, but basically the way old TVs worked is they would only render every other line of pixels for each frame, and then they would alternate those lines between frames. This is called interlacing. However, modern displays, like this one here, don't do this. They just display all of the lines all of the time. And that can make the video output from the PS2 look better. So I've got Final Fit, and at first it looks if we go through the menu here, we can actually change the algorithm that it's using. So while the image it looks really good. But when you move around a bit, well, that's hard. You get these interlaces. At first, I was pretty bummed about this, but as it turns out, we can fix them. If we go back to the main menu, there's this program here called DrSwolemeister. And here, we can actually force the PlayStation 2 to output a 480p image, regardless of whether or not the game was coded to support it. And now, if we go back into Final Fantasy X, everything looks so much nicer. This doesn't work with every game, but it does work with the vast majority of titles. So that is my modernized PlayStation 2. And while I love how this thing turned out, I still think that I could have done it better. So let's talk about more analysis. First up, this is an opportunity to replace all the capacitors on the data. Those have a tendency to die year range, so it's good preventative maintenance to do if you've already got the running this 5-volt 7 volts kind of ruins the whole thing. The higher voltage will cause it to overspin and run a lot lower. So what I'm going to do is just put a 12-volt band that will run forward. And then finally, I kind of wish I didn't 3D printed the whole thing. It would have made the final result just look so much better. Unfortunately for me, though, there's no way this thing would have fit on my printer. So if any of you guys in the comments have a more size version of 3D printer, I am all ears. And on that note, I'm done. I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace. Oh, wait, hold that thought. I have one last thing I want to show you guys. I salvaged the rotating PlayStation logo from the original PS2. So no matter which orientation I have the system in, I can put the PlayStation logo facing the right way. All right, see you for real.
So close.
With what seems like an imminent release, I see a lot of people speculating about performance. And we don't even know the original Nintendo. You guys really seem to like my style, but some of you guys in the comments raised some really interesting points. After doing a little bit of research, I realized that had I started with a Switch OLED, I could have pushed things even further. So today, we are going to find the limits of the current gen hardware and create the ultimate Nintendo Switch OLED.
Hey, where'd they go?
Step number 1 was disassembling the Switch. And here we see the first instance of what will be a repeated theme throughout this project.
Oh.
Namely, that Nintendo doesn't want you doing this and will try to stop you at every turn. Their first roadblock was just using their own proprietary security hardware to bolt the Switch together. Luckily, my iFixit kit included everything I needed here to get the job done. If you want to get one for yourself, I'll include a link to this, along with all the other tools and materials like the project in the description. So why is the Switch OLED so much better than launch? Well, after the severely adoption of the original Switch, Nintendo revised their hardware to beef up security. And at the same time, it also quietly upgraded their GPU. Now, Nintendo, they didn't use this additional hardware to give us gamers more frames or faster load times, but rather they detuned the GPU in order to deliver better battery life. That there is a lot of Nintendo inside of these systems. But before we can unlock it, we
I
have
remember what my scores were. There's too many more. I mean, I know my damage rotation, but I forgot to throw the comp. I moved it recently.
This next part is going to heart, and in fact, in order to go any further, we're going to need a little bit of
Not provoked.
That's right, it's time for my new favorite tool, the digital microscope. In order to break into Nintendo's walled garden, we're going to need to connect our mod chip to some very small contacts on the motherboard. But actually, before we can do that, we have to defeat some rather low-tech security measures. Nintendo puts these metal covers over their most vulnerable chips to try and keep people like us out. But with the head of a pin, you can very carefully pry them off. And then, with some small side cutters, you can make room for some of the new cable runs. Now, I won't go into too much detail here, as this isn't a mod chip installation tutorial, but what I'm doing is tapping into data lines so that our new mod chip can deliver a software payload that will then bypass Nintendo's new security measures. And if everything goes according to plan, this will allow us to run all sorts of
Bro, this guy's
software.
doing surgery
Most
on
of
a
these data
motherboard.
lines are available on the surface, but this one specific line is embedded inside the PCB, and I had to use the head of a pin to expose it. That's out, and all told, this is probably the hardest soldering job I've ever attempted, and definitely not something
Imagine.
to make matters worse, the only way to test my connections was to the Switch and while I was doing it, I applied some upgraded thermal paste and a brand new thermal pad to the RAM chips. This will link the Switch's memory to the overall cooling system and hopefully allow for some big performance gains. But I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. For now, let's see if it even boots up. This turns on right now. I will be very happy. Oh, okay. One light came on. That's a good sign. Hey, no SD card. All right. It actually worked.
What the? Oh, I got some. Uh-oh. I dodged it. I did it. Got it. Leveled up. Is that the end of it? Look at that. I look weird as fuck. I need a different chest is what I need. But the the button nipples aren't helping. All right. Leaving a good impression. What does that mean? Some more zombies. I love the superhero mask. I really gotta admit. Pleasure to meet you at last, adventurer. It is every bit as intriguing as the master gave us to believe. It is no ordinary mortal who can acquire one crystal light, much less 3. Crystals make you strong, and it is that strength that the light is drawn. Heidelin shows well. It's a pity that your existence is recognizable with our own. We cannot well allow you to continue with our present course. Fucking buttons, dude, I swear. Alright. This guy's in. Alright, cool. Very well, bringer of light. Bringer of light with the thick thighs. Let's get it. And oh yeah, I forgot. The other side. That would have been the first thing. Alright, level 40. Report to Ulstein. 43. Look at that. Come on, Chocobo. Chocobo. Hey, we got a new newbie. Dunk fuck. Don Quixote, but he made it a female. Nice. Rabbit nose. Do I have a cat nose? The centaurs. Oh, I'm getting money. I got like 50K now. Porto Mentira. Bunch of iron ingots. I guess I should farm a little more. I mean, it's really cool. No real gift of the land, brother. I feel like it. No. It's like glowing, so I'm not sure if it's like actually buffing the node when I do this. When I do lay of the land. Didn't help at all. Bountiful yield. What is this? Ooh. See how much iron ore we got. Shitload of XP. And then I just kind of want to make a bunch of I'm trying to make bulk, I'm not trying to make super high quality. Beautiful. Did I just get 2 levels off of this? It was 18, right? I'm already at 20. Spirit bond with the thing. Alright, let's go back to... Just a little friendliness with a random stranger on the internet. Just pretending to be a normal human being. Alright, that was relaxing.
Wow, that's kind
Keep
of
watching this guy.
Okay, let's put this thing back together and do.
This dude was literally doing surgery.
The biggest risk when
on a
pushing
Switch
any
PCB.
electronics hardware to its limit is that you'll end up overheating it. And the Nintendo Switch is especially challenging in this regard because of its tight packaging. There's just not enough room inside of it to add more fans or heat sinks. So that means we're gonna have to think outside the box a little bit. As I reassembled the Switch, I added layer after layer of interface. The idea here is to create an unbroken chain between the heat generating components inside the Switch and the outside world, which is fine in theory, except for the last piece of the chain. So this right here is the original Switch OLED's backplate, and while it's an improvement over the original Switch's backplate, it's still just made out of cheap plastic. So I went online and I bought this improved backplate, and while it might look remarkably similar, once you turn it around, you'll realize that this is milled out of a solid block of aluminum. And because aluminum is very thermally conductive, we can link this to all the heat generating components inside the Switch and turn this backplate into a giant radiator.
Bro, that is a very nice piece.
Larger air intakes here that should help to improve airflow too. After salvaging a few smaller parts from the OG backplate and then transplanting them onto the new backplate, I installed one last layer of thermal paddles. I now effectively had a Switch with an extremely overspec'd heatsink. All right, now that we got this thing all buttoned up, I'm immediately realizing that I'm gonna have to take it apart again. But before we do that, let's get the software set up and see what this mod chip can do. So first thing is first here. We have to protect ourselves against getting banned by Nintendo. Our first layer of defense is what's known as an emunand. Basically, this is a copy of the Switch's file structure that lives on an SD card, and you can kind of think of it like a playground for experimenting with homebrew software. On the emunand, we are going to install Atmosphere OS, which looks almost identical to the normal operating system, except it removes a bunch of Nintendo's constraints and allows us to run unsigned code. And trust me, we are going to have a lot of fun with this later. Our second layer of defense against Nintendo is editing this config file to prevent our Switch from communicating with any of Nintendo's online services. And then finally, I want to install the Switch Overclock Suite, which will allow us to unlock the potential of the Switch OLED. or at least eventually it will. When you first get it, the only overclocks available to you are very conservative. In order to unlock the true potential of your Switch, you have to download this loader.kip file, upload it to an online configuration tool, and then dial in your settings. So, with a little bit of experimentation, I found the limits of this particular Switch. And yeah, they are pretty
The
crazy.
Maelstrom
We'll do some
requests our
benchmarking and testing
assistance.
later, but for now, I need to solve a new
Concerning the
problem that
kobolds
I've
they
just
sent such
created.
copious
An overclocked
notes on,
Switch
I
is going to
presume.
consume a lot more power, and thus it's
Yes.
going to kill the battery life of our poor little Switch here. So how are we going to fix that? Well, with a bigger battery, of course. Or actually, rather, it's more like 2 batteries. So this actually ended up being the hardest part of the whole project, and I almost ended up writing it off entirely, but in the end, I pushed through and I actually learned a ton of stuff along the way. Just like with the cooling upgrades, packaging is the first of many challenges that I had to overcome here. Inside the Switch, there isn't enough room for 2 factory batteries, but there is enough room for 2 batteries from a defunct Chinese cell phone manufacturer. And as you can see, I actually got 6, which we'll discuss more in a second. These batteries have a slightly smaller capacity, but they're also physically much thinner. So after a little bit of trimming of the RF shielding and a tiny bit of the mid-frame, 2 of them should just fit inside of the Switch. Our next challenge is going to be getting these batteries to play nicely with hardware. First, I had to remove the stock battery management system. This PCB is responsible for keeping the battery from overheating, overcharging, and over-discharging. But it also expects the battery to be connected to some very specific hardware. And if it isn't, the BMS will shut down the party. To get around that, I got these generic BMS boards to replace them. That way the batteries are still protected, but are much more compliant for modding. And then I hit a new roadblock. My solder wouldn't stick to the terminals of these batteries. As it turns out, soldering to battery tabs requires a very specialized type of solder and flux. So a couple days later, this stuff showed up in the mail and allowed me to make those connections. Now, soldering to battery tabs is a delicate affair. Even with the right solder and flux, you want to do things as quickly as possible so you don't transmit much heat into the battery packs. Having a large soldering tip with a lot of thermal mass will really help here. Eventually, with a bit of practice, I got all 6 cells connected. However, a bit of testing quickly revealed that my BMS boards weren't outputting the correct voltage. At first, I thought I had damaged them or maybe done something wrong, but after a bit of research online, I realized that there may have been a manufacturing defect with these specific boards. To fix it, I had to short these 2 pairs of contacts with some short bits of wire. And after that, they actually started functioning as intended. But the challenges didn't stop there. Next, I had to fully charge each battery, which sounds simple enough in theory. How would you do that without anything to plug into? Well, what I ended up doing was connecting them to a benchtop power supply. I configured it to deliver the maximum charging voltage for the cells and limited it to 1 amp of current. It started off delivering a constant current, and slowly the voltage of the cells rose. Eventually, you hit the max charging voltage and the current starts to drop. Once it hits 0, you know that the battery is fully charged and ready to go. Now, remember how I said that these batteries came from a defunct Chinese cell phone manufacturer? Well, a little bit of rubbing alcohol revealed that these batteries have likely been sitting on a shelf for the past 7 years. So in order to make sure that these cells were still viable, I wired them up to a simple testing circuit. This fully discharged each battery by heating up a resistor, and the screen then reports the total capacity of each cell. And wouldn't you know it, a lot of them performed very poorly. Ugh, okay, so 6 batteries later, and I have yet to find one that has anything close to the stated amp hour rating. This one's the closest at 2.9. So I actually ordered, where'd it go? Oh, there it is.
I am officially a chef.
So I actually ordered 2 more batteries from a different company in a hopes of getting.
Similar to this, but it's not this stuff. Here we are. Yeah, they just don't have the right. Iron, graphene. Undyed cotton cloth. I don't have either of those. How do I get? It just doesn't have it anymore. I'm still. Oh, he there. Okay. Okay. So if I go to 11 to go. Nugridania. What is Nugridania? There it is. Oh, they're pretty close to each other. Man, if I could just... Yeah, I think I'm just gonna buy them. Because then I'll just be able to check the market. At this rate, I feel like I'm gonna be level 70 within a couple days. Or within a couple weeks. Like by the time I get to 70, the free trial will be done. Question is, let me turn off the input for a second, boys. Let me cook.
better results. So fingers crossed we get some good ones here. Thankfully, after a bit more testing, I actually got one decently performing battery. When combined with the best performing battery of the last batch, I should end up with a total capacity that's about 50% higher than the stock Switch battery. And speaking of the factory battery, the next thing I did was harvest the factory BMS board. By carefully scraping off this protective coating, I revealed these 4 contacts where I could then connect my new cells. With that last little bit of soldering taken care of, I covered everything in electrically insulating tape, plugged in the battery, and prayed it would work. But before we find out if it did, first, let me give you a small preview of some upcoming builds thanks to the sponsor of today's video, Aura Frames. They make digital picture frames that are actually good. I've got their Carver matte frame here, and it's loaded up with super top secret photos of stuff that I'm currently working on for future videos. Transferring photos and videos is as easy as downloading their app and selecting which content you want to have the frame display. All Aura frames have bright, super high resolution, low reflectivity displays, which really helps to sell the illusion that this is a physical photo in a frame. Even looking off axis, there's no color shift, which means that your photos will always look the way that they're supposed to. Plus, the whole package is super intuitive and easy to use. I had my frame set up and running in less than 5 minutes. And the more the merrier. You can invite your friends and family to share photos to your Aura, or you can give one as a gift and then easily share photos with loved ones. To get your own Aura frame, check out the link down in the video description and use the code ZachBuilds to get $35 off their best-selling Carver matte frame. Plus, you even get free shipping. All right, now let's get back to building this Nintendo.
We'll see what happens.
Oh, it boots. Look at this, I'm on the main screen. And yeah, it says the battery's pretty low, but that's to be expected because I just discharged both these batteries. Probably not the smartest thing running it like this. Okay, so now the next thing we need to do is see if we can reassemble this thing with that bigger battery pack in there, which should be fun. When I was reassembling the Switch here, instead of using the same thermal pads as I did before, I actually opted for K5 Pro, which is essentially the same thing, but just in a putty form. It does a much better job of conforming to the various layers inside the case, and as a result should give us much better heat treatment. Now, I think it goes without saying here, but from a safety point of view, I really can't encourage any of you to follow my footsteps for all of this battery stuff. I did this purely for my own curiosity and really just to see how far I could push the limits of the Switch. Oh man, it all fits together and it feels just like it did from the factory, except it's probably a good 10 to 20% heavier now. So it's probably gonna take at least a few cycles for this new big battery to properly calibrate. So we'll test it later, but in the meantime, I think we should go get started on a new dock. This factory one is fine, but it's a bit plain looking, and given all the mods we've done so far, I thought it'd be a good idea to add some active cooling. So, over the past couple of weeks, I have been working on this, a 3D model of what I want my new dock to look like. But a 3D model isn't good for much, so let's turn this digital fantasy into a reality. All of my early prototypes for my dock were made using my FDM-style 3D printers. These are great at creating quick and cheap functional parts, but they've got a couple of drawbacks. The resolution is limited by the size of the nozzle used to squirt out the plastic, and you get a lot of layer lines that require significant post-processing in order to fix, just like I showed in my Dreamcast video. So I decided to go another route for my finished parts. For these, I brought my SLA or resin style 3D printer out of retirement. This style of printer uses an extremely high resolution LCD screen to expose layer after layer of UV sensitive resin. The result is extremely detailed parts that grow out of the tank and have very minimal printing artifacts. They're also super strong because they're printed at 100% infill. But like so many other things in life, there's a trade-off here as well. These prints generally take longer, they require an alcohol bath to remove any excess resin, you have to pry off the supports, and finally, all the parts have to take a trip through the disco box to make sure they're 100% pure. But I think the results speak for themselves. When you compare an SLA print to an FDM print, well, smooth features are actually smooth. There's a lot more detail, and overall, they just look and feel a lot more high quality. Now, we will still have to do a little bit of post-processing on these prints, but before we do that, I think we should head to the shop and make the other two parts of this dock. Classic walnut, you guys know I can't live without it. For this project, I wanted to do something new. In my last couple of videos, I've definitely incorporated wood, but more so as accent panels and ornamentation. This time around, I wanted to create entire components built from solid pieces of wood to create a more integrated and cohesive design. Looks good. I think we got on the first try. The first round of milling left me with perfectly functional parts, but I also wanted to do a little bit of branding, so I fed one of the pieces back into the CNC. Given all the changes we've made so far, I thought the moniker of OLED Pro was fitting here. Obviously, Nintendo is very protective of their trademark, so I made sure to use a font that was not the same as the original, and I also inverted the Switch's logo to make it even more clear that this is just parody. To really make the letters pop, I filled them in with a black stain, sanded off the excess spillover, and then sealed the walnut with an oil rub finish. Then it was time to do that minimal post-processing on the 3D printed parts that I promised you earlier. First, I removed all the little goosebumps left over from the sports, and then I sprayed on a few coats of what was labeled as flat black paint, but is very clearly satin or gloss black. Come on, Krylon, get your shit together. All right, so now that we have all of our pieces finished, we are almost ready to start putting everything together. But first, we have to harvest a couple of pieces out of the original Switch dock. The first one we need is the PCB. Now this handles charging and video output when the Switch is plugged into the dock. The other thing we're gonna need is what I like to call the springboard, but it's basically just a little PCB with a USB-C port on it that allows the Switch to connect to the PCB. Oh, and then also we need this ribbon cable to connect between them, and yeah, we don't really need this anymore. I feel like this is probably a good time to point out that if any of you guys at home want to make your own turbocharged dock, there will be a link to the 3D print files down in the video description. And don't worry, I'll even include an alternate design so that you can 3D print the whole thing and then not have to worry about making any of the parts out of wood. Assembly at first was pretty straightforward. Most of the parts bolt right in, reusing the hardware from the original dock, but then it was time to add that active cooling that I talked about earlier. But the original dock didn't have a fan, so how exactly are we going to power these new ones? Well, these are special 5-volt fans, and the dock's PCB just so happens to have 2 USB ports on it. A little trick that I've learned is that USB ports almost always have a 5-volt pin exposed on their back side. So by soldering the fan's wires to that pin and a ground, we can bring them to life. But then that creates an entirely new problem, because those USB ports are always powered when the dock is plugged in, which means the fans would spin 24/7. So my solution was to integrate a momentary switch into the bottom of the dock. That way, whenever the console is in the dock, the switch will be depressed, the circuit is complete, and the fans will spin. Pretty simple, right? In order to prevent the switch from rubbing against the dock, I included these channels that are just wide enough to accommodate some adhesive felt strips, and then I screwed the front plate in place. I didn't like the idea of having 2 big screw heads right in the front of the dock, so I used these special washers that allow you to screw a gold cap right over the exposed hardware, and everything looks nice and clean. Oh man, that looks so good. So now that we have our new dock assembled, what do you say we finally test out the limits of our new Switch Pro? Oh yeah, so I didn't mention this earlier, but one of the cool things about hacking your Switch is that you can run custom themes on it. So I actually created my own custom Switch OLED Pro theme. Anyways, first, let's start with the overclock, because like I said before, it's pretty crazy. On the Switch, you have 3 key clock speeds that you need to worry about, and they actually change depending on how you're using it. So here are the stock clock speeds in both handheld and docked mode, and now on to the overclock. My Switch Pro here can do just shy of 2.4 gigahertz on the CPU, 1.1 gigahertz on the GPU, and 2.4 gigahertz on the RAM. And as a fun point of comparison, here are the maximum clock speeds that I was able to achieve on my hacked launch Switch. Also, I think I should point out that with a hacked Switch, you can run whatever clock speed you like, regardless of whether it's in handheld mode or in dock. That being said, a word of caution, pushing these higher clock speeds can really stress the power of the Switch, and you may end up beating like my probably wouldn't max everything out. Moving right along, while I was dealing with the clock speeds, I also took the opportunity to undervolt the system as well. This is a bit in the weeds, but long story short, by ever so slowly decreasing the voltage that's supplied to the CPU and the GPU, you can actually get these components to run cooler and to consume less energy, which at least partially offsets the added stress of my overclock. So all of that is great, but what kind of difference does it actually make in games? Well, it's a great question, so why don't we boot up Tears of the Kingdom and find out. This game is notoriously hard to run for the Switch, and it's not uncommon to see frame rates that drop down into the low 20s. With our new overclock profile though, it's running at a locked 30 frames per second, which isn't really that impressive, is it? Why go to all of that effort for just a small increase in frame rates? Well, the problem is a lot of Switch games are locked at 30 FPS. So no matter how much horsepower you have, you can't exceed that limit. Or at least that's what I would be saying if this wasn't a hack switch. As it turns out, we can use a program called FPS Locker to remove that 30 FPS cap. And as you can see, it's now pretty close to pulling off a locked 60 FPS, which is honestly insane. You're basically doubling the factory performance. And you also get this significant boost to load time. That being said, running 60 FPS in Tears of the Kingdom kind of breaks it. You're basically doing everything at double speed. But the nice thing about the Switch OC speed is you can configure different overclocks for different games. So for Tears of the Kingdom, I'd keep it locked at 30 FPS and then use a more conservative overclock profile to ensure that I don't get any performance drops while still maintaining decent battery life. And speaking of battery life, let's talk about how our new big battery fares. If I were to run the Switch at its stock volts and clock speeds, I'd get about 50% more battery life out of it. So in the range of 6 to 8 hours playing Tears of the Kingdom. With my balls to the wall 60 FPS overclock profile, it's probably more like 2 to 3 hours, which is admittedly a big hit, but again, you can configure your own power profiles anywhere in between. So with that more conservative overclock, it'll do 6 hours all day long while still making the game a lot more playable. I could even configure my own super battery saver mode if I wanted to, and maybe eke out 9 hours with a little bit of undervolting magic. And in case you were worried about my crazy overclock damaging the Switch through excess heat, well, I wouldn't. It's honestly just fine. In the dock, we are sitting at a comfortable 40 degrees, and even in handheld, the temps don't really get much higher than 50. Some other bonus features of having a hack switch are the ability to rip your games right onto the system. That way you don't have to physically switch cartridges in order to play different games. You can also run emulators for a huge array of retro consoles, and then this last one might just be my favorite. With the help of a little program called Moonlight, I can actually stream games from my PC. So as long as I'm at home or somewhere with really good Wi-Fi, I can play high-end AAA PC games on my Switch, which
so Vance basically just went the super long way
of the PlayStation Portal.
He went the super long way around to just fucking.
Now, let's talk about how we could have made it even better in the post-mortem analysis. This is an aesthetic thing, but I probably should have ordered a black rear cover to go with my whole black and white color scheme. I think I probably thought this was white when I ordered it. Next up, the fans in the dock will run anytime that the Switch is plugged in, even if it's just for charging. Ideally, they'd be connected to a temperature sensor, and then they'd only kick on when they're actually needed. And then lastly, the fans are a tiny bit loud, and I think that's due to the relatively restricted airflow of the dock. I bet if I spent just a bit more time really dialing in these air ducts, I could get the airflow to be a bit less turbulent and thus a little bit quieter. That's it for this one. Check out the 3D print files for this project if you want to make your own custom dock at home, and I will see you guys in the next video. Peace.
GPS card. Yeah. Nice. I think these speeds are based on. I don't know. I'm already faster over there. There's a lot of locations there. A lot of dope ones. Maybe I can get a better time. This is great. Save that. Did it save? All right. I mean, that's a nice pose and all, but not a good outfit for that.
The Nintendo Game Boy, a product so iconic that it literally defined the category of mobile gaming. As a kid, I loved my Game Boy. It was the only thing that stood between me and sheer and utter boredom on long road trips with my parents. Alas, playing one today is a bit of a rough experience. It's got a screen that's barely legible in a lot of conditions, it runs on disposable batteries, it's a chonky boy, and in general, it just falls short of how glorious I remember it being. So today, I would like to modernize the Game Boy for 2024. The first step of this project is going to be identifying a donor. Original Game Boys are quickly becoming a bit of a collector's item, so I'm actually going to keep that one as is, and for this project, I'm going to use a Game Boy Advance SP. These consoles were released in 2003 and sought to fix a lot of the problems that I outlined with the original game. They had internal rechargeable batteries, backlit screens, and a much smaller form factor. Unfortunately, they were only updated to 2003 standards, which today is not very impressive. The real reason that I wanted to start with the Game Boy Advance SP is because it's a great platform for modding and it has full backwards compatibility with Game Boy and Game Boy Color games, something that Nintendo actually removed from all future versions of the Game Boy. And the way SP does it is actually really cool. The CPU at its core is essentially a beefed up and upgraded version of the original Game Boy's processor. That means it can run all the original games without any of the traditional emulation compromises. That being said, despite being almost 15 years newer than the original Game Boy, both the screen and the speaker on the SP are really starting to show their age. Plus, being that it's over 2 decades old at this point, it's...
How you doing, boy? I'm just watching some videos and... I didn't realize it was playing on here. Let me fix that, senor. It's loud. Oh, you thought it was you? Hold on, let me make sure. Oh, I can make it super loud. Yeah, no, it's just the game. Gonna make sure I'm not a fraud. What the heck? What do you mean? Yo, did you see the what I'm gonna use for the new thumbnail? Thought I could use something a little more tropical. As soon as I got here, I was like, oh yeah. Let it to the guy. Come on, Nimbus, get out here. You want some of that weed? Use the third ring to lure out. Dude, so my brother in middle school is going through what phase? You're tired of him in this shit? Yeah, you just gotta put him in his place. Literally, that's literally what you gotta do. Just like smack him around a little bit, show him he's still a little shit, and he's just shut the fuck up. Like not like hurt him, but like just literally just enough to show him that he's not really in control. He thinks he's hot shit because he's growing up, but he ain't shit. No. Wait, why'd you get rid of the root beer? That's just petty. Oh, I can swim. Ooh. I didn't know they had swimming in the game. Bro, I hate how YouTube puts like a little heart. A little emoji stuff there. Text that's like right under it. Yep. Yep, the one that you're hitting. Yeah, that's exactly it. He got it only for himself. Wait, going away party for who? And yeah, I think that's totally fair. Wait, is he going out to war? Or is he going out to basic training? Because if he's going out to basic, he's not a Marine yet, but good for him. He's going to be a Marine. When he comes out of that school, he'll be a Marine. He's gonna get stationed, hell yeah. So he's already a Marine. Fuck yeah. Good for him. Yes, sir. I don't know. I just kind of jumped to assume that the going away party. I don't know how old your brother is. So I just assumed that he like just turned 18 or something, and it was like going to route. Who the fuck am I supposed to talk to? Oh, sweet. Teleport right there. Same age, but you're the oldest. What? Oh, he's just. How is he the same age as you? Ooh, what is? Ooh, I'm finally getting things to put in the thing. Dude, yes. I don't even know what determination does. But I like crit. I definitely like crit. But what is direct hit rate? Is that damage or just hit chance? Came back from the 10-day leave. Time to go back. Yeah, sweet. Okay, so yeah, 100%. Yeah, get rid of that root beer. Fuck him. You need to give your brother a pass to just kind of like rough the fuck out of your little brother. Show him he ain't shit. Just like no bruising, nope, like nothing serious, but like just give him like 10 minutes in a room with him and just fucking just just like wrestle him on the ground and shit. Show him he ain't shit. Like toss him around the room like like a rag doll. That's what he fucking needs. Trial by turtle. Am I gonna fucking... Are they just gonna make me kill a turtle? Lay hands upon the egg. Okay, yeah. Yep. Yep, just go touch the egg and kill whatever comes out. The Marine in him couldn't. Oh no, he's too honorable. He's not too good for crayons, but he's too good for beating up his brother. Okay, that's fine. I have a close friend who went into the Marines. He's like Marine intel or some shit. Like he's like, gee, like my chicken's going fast again. I don't get it. I don't get why sometimes it's fast. Yeah, Marine intel. He basically comes up with plans and like the rough plan and gives it to the team, and then like they take it from there. And he's like, yeah, the purple ones taste better. We always fought over those. Alright, so I'll catch you later. Go to the party. Have fun with your brother. Get you next time, bro. Probably gonna cut the stream off too. I haven't had breakfast. I need to make me some food. Give me that crit. Alright, yeah. Oh, brother. Probably make a thumbnail with that. I might buy the game. Oh, damn, we got 4 viewers right now. I feel like that always happens as soon as I'm close to leaving. Is when I start like finally getting traffic. Probably why streamers get used to streaming for like 6 to 8 hours. Like when I'm at like the 2-hour mark is when I probably have to like go get food or something. I don't really do much Uber Eats. I'll bring it back. All right, I'm cooking. I will stay here for a bit.
see what he knows. Cortez seems friendly enough, but no smart enemy is going to make themselves known in the world of GTA. He tells Tommy that he's also looking into this hostile takeover, as it doesn't look good on him either, as he played the part in setting it up. But for now, he has no information. At the party though, Tommy also meets Cortez's daughter, Mercedes, who gives him the rundown of all the famous faces on the boat. The Congressman Alex Shrub hugging up on the adult film star Candy Sucks and some other guy who's not named. Football player BJ Smith chatting with real estate tycoon Avery Carrington and his apprentice Donald Love, lead singer of the band Love Fist, Jez Torrent, chatting up some groupies, and Cortez's right-hand man, Gonzalez, talking with Pastor Richards and porn director Steve Scott. After all the brief mentions, a loud man walks on the boat and meets with the colonel. Mercedes tells Tommy that this is the city's top cocaine dealer named Ricardo Diaz. Shortly after this, Diaz calls out to Mercedes, but she says she's in a hurry to head out and asks Tommy to take her off the boat. Tommy drives her to the local strip club called the Pole Position, and you get a little look into Mercedes' true rebellious nature against her rich and powerful father.
You be working for my father?
Maybe.
Do you mind me resting my hand in your lap?
Maybe.
So difficult having a rich and powerful father. Vamos.
After this informative meeting, Tommy heads back to Ken's office and decides to get a different perspective on the city. After getting the view of the kingpins and powerful faces, he wants a view from the streets to see if there's any word on 20 kilos of missing coke going around. Ken refers Tommy to a British chap named Kent Paul, who is obsessed with Vice City and has his ear to the ground on any business moving around. He was the unnamed guy that we just saw chatting up the congressman and the porn star on the colonel's boat. Tommy meets up with Kent at the Malibu Club and isn't too pleased with his cocky and lackadaisical attitude, so he roughs him up a little bit to learn that there's some chef on Ocean Drive who sells coke out of the kitchen, and he says that his restaurant and his business has been rather good lately. So Tommy decides to go pay him a visit and get some intel. Instead of some interrogation, Tommy simply beats him to death in the alleyway and grabs his cell phone. And as he realizes his own mistake, a dude in a fancy white suit comes out of nowhere and doubles down on that mistake, telling him he stomped out their only lead. This guy is Lance Vance. He's the brother of the guy who died in the coke deal and the flyer of the helicopter. He tells Tommy that he's on his side and wants to work with him to get Tommy his money back and to get him his coke back and also get vengeance for his brother's death. Some other cooks come out of the kitchen and ruin their little meeting, so Lance throws Tommy a pistol as a peace offering and they make their escape in Lance's white Lamborghini. Lance also takes Tommy to the ammunition so he's not caught out without a strap next time. Tommy doesn't necessarily trust Lance, but for now he is an enemy of Tommy's enemy, so he is a friend. After this mission, Tommy gets a call on the cell phone that he stole from the chef, and the guy says that he got a lead on a buyer for Diaz's merchandise before realizing that he's not talking to the man that he meant to call. So this hints at Diaz getting a large supply of coke recently. Maybe Lance's coke? Who knows? After meeting back up with Ken Rosenberg, Tommy learns that the Guidos up north are calling and asking for favors, but it's not really asking since they lost millions of their cash. Sonny's cousin Giorgio is on trial and facing some serious jail time, so Tommy is put on the case to make the jury change their minds on the matter. Florida drivers are known to be terrible, so when Tommy exits Ken's office, he sees a construction worker get mowed down by some moron.
Some Florida moron.
So being a resourceful lad, Tommy grabs his hammer and uses that to destroy some of the jurors' cars, to scare them into not convicting Giorgio.
Remember Giorgio? Remember he's innocent?
After doing this favor, Tommy gets his first check-in from Sonny, something that happens often in the game.
Hey Tommy, it's Sonny. How's the suntan?
I ain't got no suntan.
We ain't got my money either, so I'm one of them myself. What are you doing? So tell me, Tommy, what are you doing?
I'm looking for the money, Sonny. Don't worry.
And the jury favor is the first of a couple missions that sort of waste time in the main problem at hand for Tommy. Beating up jurors' cars isn't getting them any closer to finding the money or the coke, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. And the next time you visit Ken is another instance of this. Ken is chasing some financial gain opportunity with one of the guys that you saw on the colonel's boat, Avery Carrington. And you may be thinking, this probably isn't the time to take on some money moves and start making business with other folks, because that is sure what Tommy is thinking, but Ken, simply put, doesn't care.
I'm stretched like a wire, and even if I'm dead by the end of the week, I'd like to think that I didn't die poor.
Now just calm down, both of you.
So you're roped in here to helping Avery out, and hell, maybe he'll turn into a valuable ally to have. Avery wants to buy some land that some delivery company is placed on, but they won't sell to him. So he wants Tommy to go there and cause a big stir and destroy a bunch of their trucks to put them out of business, forcing them to sell. Tommy shows up and starts a riot with the protesting workers, which makes security have their hands full, which leaves the trucks open to attack, so Tommy blows them up and then makes a smooth exit. After this, Cortez gives Tommy a call and tells him that he's still sorry for what happened to him and he's looking into some leads, but he does want Tommy to come down to his boat and talk some more, steering back into the main objective of the game. Tommy goes to see Cortez. Cortez says that he found out his right-hand man, Gonzalez, may be responsible for the drug deal going bad. At the very least, he's a little chatty cat that told too many people about the deal, making Cortez look very bad. So, even though he doesn't have Tommy's money, he likely told someone about the deal happening and left it open to getting ambushed. So for that, he must die. And Cortez asks you to do the honor of killing him as an offer of respect and partnership to find Tommy's money. Cortez wants Tommy to use a chainsaw to do this. Not only is it something that is popular within Colombian drug trade, but also Gonzalez is a treacherous swine, so it's only right that he's butchered like one. Tommy goes to Gonzalez's apartment and runs him down with the chainsaw, taunting him the whole way.
Stop running, you fat slime ball.
Tommy continues to work with Cortez. Going back to his yacht after killing Gonzalez, he finds him enjoying some delicious looking tapir snout.
Tapir snout? No thanks.
But humbly declines to partake in the feast. Like Ken, Cortez also strays quickly from finding Tommy's money and asks Tommy for some favor on some business opportunity. He wants him to meet up with a courier that is carrying some high-end technology at the mall. Easy enough, but when he gets there and talks to the guy, they get ambushed by the French military GIGN, bringing our ambush tally up another notch for Tommy Vercetti. The courier runs away, so of course you just run him down and take the tech from him. Cortez's next call to action for Tommy is to watch over Diaz as he makes a deal with the Cubans. At least
Alright, feeding time is over. Now back to your regularly scheduled gaming. Where do I gotta go? Oh, it's in the desert. Yeah, let me just hide behind the only rock. that Kaioken. I mean, At least I don't have me running around too much. Right around here. $299. That's a pretty big hit. Oh, I have so many upgrades. What? Long stop. What is this? The dungeon? Oh no. Perfect way to fill my time. Oh man, we're just killing a bunch of cute little animals. I saw dragging in here. An Inferno Drake. Fish. Buying fish. Where'd this guy come from? What the fuck? Bro, I'm like falling asleep on my chair. What is going on? Is there a chest? So many upgrades, holy moly. 27. 29. Bro. I got like a bunch of cavalry pieces. Damn. Damn, Daniel. Too bad the helmet. Still weak. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. Bro, where? I love how he admits it. What? Wine? That wine? No. You're a couple of years too late, my friend. Wait, this guy's blind? This looks like a home purchase. Oh, we're back. Nice. Gotta work on my printer in a little bit. Give me the PCB. That's clever, just using the iron. I love it. Oh yeah, now you wanna be nice to me? We did some hunting. We're brave. We were generous. The blind guy. Wildly uplander. And here he is. Take off the helmet. Much better. There we go. Ah, on your face. Oh, well done. Alright. For you. What's this? Bronze skin beauty. Isn't that me? Oh, Oh, she's basically naked. What the hell? Oh, there's multiple. It's face. La, 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 la. Mount speed and breeze. Eastern the muffin. Oh, the Mr. Beast video dropped. 50 YouTubers fight for 1 million. What the fuck? Oh no! You whiffed. Holy shit. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Hmm. Oh, okay, he goes to go back in. Idiot. Wiping money off the floor. Oh my god, she's on his dick. He went Hunger Games. He went Squid Games on these fuckers. uh... Give it to Slat? Yeah, fuck Pokemon. Yeah, hype her up. I trust him fully, and he just stabs him immediately in the back. Hey, it's Scarface. Oh. Bro. He's just doing Hunger Games all over again. I think it makes sense for you to go first. Sadistic fuck. Where do I even go? Bro, how the fuck do I talk to the guy? He's already barking. Is it just me again? That's hilarious. I'm not even gonna look at it. Nice. Ah. Oh. The navel. Oh shit. Oh shit. No, 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 no. Please, 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 please. Please. No, please. I haven't died in forever. No. Can I make a clip? Oh, that's cool. They rolled out a fucking cooking floor. Just don't do that again. Up. Gee, thanks, Jimmy. Alright, I'm gonna stop playing for a bit. I'm going to... the final judge.